Good evening, everyone. This is Todd Ferrante, Board of Education President. At this time, I'd like to call the meeting to order, and I would like to ask all my board members to identify themselves for the record. Todd Ferrante is present. William Buchanan.
Present.
Katie Annis.
Present.
John Andes.
Present.
William Gordy.
Present.
Elena McComas.
Present.
Donald Smack.
Present.
Okay, and we do have a quorum. Now, I'd like to have a motion to approve today's board meeting agenda, and a second.
So moved, Bill Gordy.
A motion by Mr. Gordy.
Second.
A second by Mr. Smack. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much. And now I'd like to have a motion to enter into closed session under General Provisions Article -305B of the Annotated Code of Maryland for the following reasons. To approve closed session minutes from the previous month, Section 305B1, to discuss appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees, employees, or officials over whom it has jurisdiction, or any other personnel matters that affects one or more specific individuals. Section 3-305B9, to discuss matters related to negotiations. Section 3-305B7, to consult with counsel and obtain legal advice. And Section 3-305B10, to discuss school safety. Can I have a motion to enter into the closed session, and a second, please?
So moved.
A motion by Ms. McComas,
Second.
a second by Mr. Buchanan. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We are now in closed session. Good evening, everyone. This is President Todd Ferrante. I'd like to reconvene this open session meeting. I want to note that we still have a quorum. A closed session meeting was held today pursuant to Article 3-305 of the Annotated Code of Maryland to approve previous closed session minutes, to discuss matters related to negotiations, to discuss personnel matters, and to consult with legal counsel and discuss school safety. I'd like to invite Pastor Dale Brown from the Ocean Pines Community Church in Berlin. He will lead us at the invocation today. Pastor Brown, welcome. And please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
So let us pray. Eternal and loving God, in this season of thanks, we pause to give thanks for so many things that make our life better. And on this evening, we pause to give thanks for our school system, for its administrators, its teachers, its aides, custodial workers, students, families, and all who are involved in the education of our children and youth. But it's also a season in which we are called to work together to pursue excellence. And so in this meeting tonight, in all that we do, may we do our very best to ensure that everyone has a bright future. Bless us again over and over in this time of Thanksgiving. Help us to be generous in our sharing and our giving, particularly to those who lack. We pray this in God's name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pastor Brown, thank you so much. Appreciate that. And now I need a motion to approve today's open session board minutes from October 4th, 10th, and 17th. Motion by Mr. Smack.
Second.
A second by Ms. McComas. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much. And now I'll turn it over to our superintendent for the superintendent's report. Mr. Taylor?
Thank you, Mr. Ferrante. Thank you, Mr. Ferrante. I want to begin tonight by saying what a wonderfully successful week we had as we joined public schools all across the country last week in celebration of American Education Week. I truly feel it's only right that our nation celebrates public education so closely to Thanksgiving, because having a high-quality public education for the children of Worcester County is something we should all be grateful for. Last week, I, along with members of the leadership team and several others from the central office, went out and saw innovative lessons, beautiful performances, and visited those incredible kids that invited us to join them for their favorite classes. It has truly been a bright spot for me to connect with our students in this way and hear about how their learning is progressing through the year. With each visit, I am reminded how Worcester County Public Schools is truly a special place where each child in our schools brings their own individuality, ability, and talent to our classrooms each and every day. And each teacher and staff member are always there to welcome them with open arms. I am thankful for every opportunity I have to spend time in our schools surrounded by our incredible students and our outstanding staff. And because we won't be meeting again until after the holiday, I want to wish everyone in attendance tonight in Worcester County Public Schools, families, a safe and happy Thanksgiving. I hope that you are surrounded by your loved ones during this special time of year, and I encourage each of you to take a moment to share with those around you your gratitude for the wonderful things you have in your life. And now I'll turn it back over to Mr. Ferrante.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Appreciate that. And now I'd like to welcome our 2023-2024 student representatives who are joining us to provide their monthly updates from the high schools. And I believe this month we're starting with Delia from Stephen Decatur High School. How are you?
Thank you, Mr. Ferrante. There's a chill in the air, but things are still heating up at Stephen Decatur High School. Looking back, we had an extremely busy October filled with special events, celebrations, and accomplishments. For starters, our National English Honor Society sponsored another wildly successful One School, One Community trunk or treat, where we welcomed hundreds of people into our building for a school-wide Halloween event. Members of our Surf Riders Club conducted area cleanups for our school-wide Halloween event. Members of our Surfriders Club conducted area cleanups, the Fellowship of Christian Athletes participated in a ramp build for a needy family, and members of the National Honor Society and Connections were busy throughout the month volunteering for Believing Tomorrow, Worcester Gold, and various fall festivals. Meanwhile, our NHS and Mu Alpha Theta Honor Society conducted over 150 tutorial sessions with the After School Academy. During American Education Week, our student government associations hosted another successful canned food drive for Diaconia. Members of Future Educators of America distributed teacher shout-outs that they collected from the student body, and they happily welcomed visitors into our building. Last but not least, our National Honor Society sponsored a wonderful breakfast for the staff. Also during November, Stephen Decatur High School hosted a mental health seminar for Worcester County athletes and coaches. It was a successful day filled with good vibes and real conversations, promoting emotional and mental well-being. Our Key Club sponsored its first blood drive of the year, and we are proud to say that our heroes, among them Mr. Taylor, potentially saved hundreds of lives. We are also proud to say many of students recognized by our PBIS program so far this year, especially our students and faculty members of the month. Still busy during the month of November, our Connections members as they collected toiletries for our Operation We Care drive, NJROTC as it runs the Toys for Tots drive, and the Drama Department as it gears up for the annual Children's Theater production. In the sports world, we'd like to recognize all of our fall sports teams for having great seasons, especially our golf team for winning both the district and the Bayside Conference, our field hockey team for clinching its first ever regional championship, our cheerleaders for punching a ticket to the state championships and placing 7th, and our football team for winning the region. We are also excited to see over 200 plus winter athletes begin promising sports seasons. December promises to be a busy month also, as band and choir members prepare for parades and concerts, and as teachers and students prepare for MCAP exams and end-of-course state assessments. Finally, with Thanksgiving around the corner, Decatur Nation would like to say how grateful we are for the support of our Board of Education members and Central Office leaders. Best wishes for a warm and wonderful Thanksgiving, everyone. Now I will be reading the Worcester Tech Board Notes. The Worcester Tech FFA horse judging team competed at the 96th National FFA Organization Convention in Indianapolis, Indiana in late October. All the girls medaled individually. For only the second year competing in horse judging and the first year with a team, the team had a great experience competing with teams from all across the nation. The following awards were won: Worcester Tech FFA Team Bronze Medal Team Placing, Marion Atkins Bronze Medal Pocomoke High School, Kayla Lewis Bronze Medal Stephen Decatur High School, Haley Renshaw Bronze Medal Stephen Decatur High School, and Danielle Eiselman Gold Medal Stephen Decatur High School graduate. Last week, we held our second parent-teacher conference night of the year. We continue to make many contacts with parents who conference both live and on Zoom. We were happy to show off all that Worcester Tech does to parents and grandparents who stopped in during American Education Week. On November 7th, the Nest Early Childhood Learning Center had its official ribbon-cutting ceremony. The brand-new state-of-the-art playground is being used every day by our littlest students. We'd like to wish everyone a safe and happy Thanksgiving break. Enjoy family, friends, and food. Now on to Catalina from Snow Hill High School.
Thank you, Delia. Our school had a successful fall sports season that we are proud to acknowledge. As we bid farewell to the fall sports season, we applaud the historic feat accomplished by Coach Hamid and his football team, marking the end of a more than a decade-long drought with their first winning regular season. This accomplishment is truly commendable and speaks volumes about the dedication of the entire team. We also want to recognize the exceptional talent of our cross-country squad, which produced 2 state qualifiers. Ali Suarez-Apacheche ranked 9th in the state and 4th in the region, while Logan Herney secured the 39th position in the state and 4th in the region, or in 2nd in the region, sorry. Our volleyball team also had a phenomenal season, boasting 14-2 record with regular season and securing the 2nd spot in a highly competitive Bayside South. We are particularly proud of Tyler Reddick, who was named Scholar Athlete of the Month by Delmarva Sports Network. Tyler's dedication and excellence were recognized with a well-deserved prize of $1,000. Additionally, the school counseling office has had a productive month. On October 27th, we held our annual Senior Application Day event, in which seniors received a half-day pass to our library to work on job, scholarship, and college applications. In addition, that day we also welcomed Salisbury University to our school for the first of 3 local college on-site admissions events at our school this year. During SU's on-site event, 21 seniors were accepted to Salisbury. That is nearly 1/3 of the class of 2024. To date, Snow Hill seniors have completed 205 college applications. We are looking forward to our next on-site admissions event with UMES on Monday, November 27th. We have 24 students taking advantage of our community partnership with Drive On Time as we part of Session 1 After School Academy Driver's Ed program. We had 238 students who qualified for outstanding attendance incentive for Q1. That means that these students have been present over 40 days during Q1, which means they were present 94% of the time. On Tuesday night, November 14th, we held our National Honor Society induction. We had 27 new inductees. This is a huge accomplishment. Snow Hill High School thanks the board and their continuous support of the school and its program. Now on to Treston for Pocomoke High School.
Thank you, Catalina. The month of November has been busy, but full of amazing celebrations. 26 students had taken our driver's education course sponsored by Drive On Time, and 17 of them took their permit test yesterday. We're excited to say that each student passed. Thank you to Drive On Time for dedicating their time to our novice drivers. We are also happy to announce that 137 of our students have participated in our after-school academy. November 15th, our National Honor Society was proud to welcome and induct 20 new members to this prestigious society. Our groups, clubs, and sports have been thriving as of late, including our mock trial. Our young leaders have begun studying legal processes and preparing for their competitions. Additionally, 3 of our Speak Up students led a professional development for our staff, centered around safe spaces to allow for our staff to hear the student perspective. Michelle Bradley, our Pocomoke High School Teacher of the Year for 2022 to 2023, created a new initiative to help form acts of gratitude towards members of our school community, and that is called Tribute Tribe. Blue and Gold, our Student Activities Committee, helped our Tribute Tribe offer pie and other treats to the staff of Pocomoke High School today to show their gratitude during the Thanksgiving season. Our performing arts students have begun rehearsals for their production of The Little Mermaid that will be performed in February. In sports, our Pocomoke High School field hockey team has secured second place in the state title 1A classification, as well as won Bayside South. There was one state qualifier in PHS for cross country, Kylie Cruz, and soccer made it to the regional finals. Our staff could not be more incredible, and in order to show that all students agree, we put up papers next to each door allowing for students to write why they feel grateful for said member. And I'm happy to say that the papers are quite full. Donated ingredients have been collected for Thanksgiving dinners to be delivered tomorrow, just reflecting the love, joy, and gratitude surging through Pocomoke High School. In the near future, we are decking the halls with holiday joy. November 27th begins the holiday parade season. Our band, Bandfront, and JROTC have been working diligently to make this holiday season one to remember. Pocomoke High's chorus has also been preparing for the holiday season as well. December 1st is the day that Pocomoke hosts their Christmas tree lighting downtown, accompanied by many performances from around the Pocomoke area. We have high numbers of students participating in winter sports and are excited for our first contest on December 5th. You also don't want to miss our winter concert produced by PHS's music department. In closing, I would like to encourage all of you to spread love and gratitude as we enter this Thanksgiving break. Make a goal to tell someone every day why you are thankful for them. Personally, I would like to thank the Board of Education and executive team for their continued support for us students. And thank you to all guests here with the students' best interest at heart. Now back to Mr. Ferrante.
Thank you, Tristan. Thank you, Catalina. And thank you, Delia. Appreciate you being here this evening and taking time out of your busy schedules to bring us those very informative reports from your schools. Thank you very much. Now I'll move on to school and community participation, and I want to recognize any audience members who are joining us today. Do we have anyone from the WCTA? I think we do. WCESPA? Retired school personnel? Any yes? Thank you, Gwen. Representatives from various schools, SciEx PTAs, anyone here? Okay, thank everybody for being here. Now I have some resolutions and some proclamations to read, and I'm going to start off with American Education Week, and Dr. Andes will read that proclamation for us.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrante. American Education Week proclamation from November 13th to the 17th, 2023. Whereas Worcester County Public Schools provides our students with the education foundation they need to understand and value our nation's freedom, civility, and equality. And whereas Worcester County Schools provide our students with the skills and knowledge they need to grow, prosper, and achieve in the 21st century. And whereas Worcester County Schools give our young people hope for and access to a productive future. And whereas all education employees work tirelessly to serve our children and communities with care and professionalism. And whereas Worcester County Public Schools bring together children, adults, educators, volunteers, business leaders, and elected officials in the common enterprise of providing a high-quality education for all students. And whereas a strong America is rooted in strong public schools. Now, therefore, the Worcester County Board of Education does hereby proclaim November 13th to 17th, 2023 as the annual observance of American Education Week. And it's signed by Todd Ferrante, President of the Board of Education, and Lewis Taylor, Superintendent of Schools. And I'd like Ms. Beth Shockley Lynch, if she would please come forward to accept this proclamation from our President.
Thank you. We're going to call you back up in a minute.
Beth, you might want to stay right here.
Now I'll have Mr. Gordy read the Education Support Professionals Day proclamation.
National Educational Support Professionals Day, November 15, 2023. Whereas public schools are the backbone of our democracy, providing young people with the tools they need to maintain our nation's precious values of freedom, civility, and equality, and whereas education support professionals are an integral part to the educational process, and whereas education support professionals provide a safe and healthy learning environment for students, and whereas education support professionals work tirelessly to serve our children and communities with care and professionalism. Therefore, be it resolved that November the 15th, 2023 be proclaimed as National Educational Support Professionals Day, and recognize and acknowledge the importance of education support professionals in our public schools, colleges, and universities. Be it further resolved that this proclamation be made part of the minutes of the Board of Education adopted on this 21st day of November 2023, signed by our President, Todd Ferrante, and our Superintendent, Mr. Taylor. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good? Okay, we're good. We're good.
Well, on behalf of the support professionals, same thing, we can do this job without them, and thank you for your support on their behalf as well.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Beth.
Beth.
Thank you. Okay, now we're into individuals and delegation comments. All individuals who have signed up to address the Worcester County Board of Education may do so for 1 or 2 minutes regarding information, accommodations, or concerns which may need future board attention. Concerns that are specific to an individual will not be discussed when in the open session and should be directed to appropriate district personnel for investigation. When you are called to address the board, please state your name and address for the record. And I think the first person up is Mandy Salinas. Mandy? Make sure just for our live stream that you speak into the mic, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members and executive team. My name is Armandina Salinas. I reside at 1710 Cedar Street in Pocomoke City. I appreciate being able to address you this evening and wanted to take this opportunity to share some details about my experience at Pocomoke Elementary School as a parent. I have two amazing sons that attend Pocomoke Elementary School, Miguel, who is in 2nd grade, and Ezra, who is in pre-K 4. A few years ago, we moved to the area from North Carolina, and finding a high-quality school was our top priority. My husband's work brought us to the area, and during our research, we heard nothing but amazing things about both Worcester County public schools and Pocomoke area schools. The class sizes and the quality of instructions are unbeatable. Both of my children are thriving and absolutely adore the staff at the school. As a parent, I feel informed about how my children are doing at school and feel confident that my children are in good hands. I am hopeful that as more demands come from the Maryland blueprint, that we can maintain the small class sizes and high quality educators that make this system so special. I want to conclude by sincerely thanking you for your continuous effort to move our system forward and giving every Worcester County public school student the opportunity they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next up is Amy Weaver.
Good evening. My name is Amy Weaver, and I reside at 11603 Shepherd's Crossing Road in Whaleyville. I have two children at Buckingham, a daughter named Grace in 1st grade and a second daughter named Leah in pre-K 4. My family moved to the Eastern Shore from Pennsylvania 3 years ago as my oldest child was starting school. It was without saying our main reason for picking Worcester County to make our home was our girls' education. I went to school in Staten Island, New York, which is very different from what my children are experiencing now. They have the privilege of having small classes and more one-on-one time with their teacher. They have welcoming classrooms and a loving environment where everyone feels like family is there for them day to day. Our family loves all the positive events where students are involved and recognized. My girls look forward to going to school every day. It's not really much of a fight. It is also reassuring that teachers and our community rally around our kids and their school to make it the best. Last week, I volunteered 3 days out of the week for the American Education Week. I sat at the welcome table, and I could not believe the number of visitors that came to support our students. Board members, neighbors, grandparents, parents, aunts and uncles. I'd also like to comment on the safety protocols used by visitors to enter the school. It was evident that safety is paramount in Worcester County. A dedicated school deputy sits right at the front door. We have sign-in and multiple security protocols. And there are very many visible staff members walking around. If you need them, they're there. We just love everything about Buckingham. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next up is Pat Barberly.
Good evening, Board. Pat Barley from Newark, Maryland. I'm asking the Board of Education to respond to my concerns as well as that of many other parents and concerned citizens at the next December Board of Education meeting. I have attended most of the Board of Ed meetings and voiced my concerns on several issues in Worcester County schools. I and many other parents have requested that the board remove the sexually explicit books in our school libraries. Books like All Boys Aren't Blue, which is the story of a young male child who is taken advantage of by an older male family member. The child is then in an incestuous relationship with his cousin, which propels him into numerous sexual encounters, all of which is graphically detailed in the book. This book introduces and normalizes pedophilia and sodomy, introduces masturbation. Some of the other books normalize and minimize rape. One particular book introduces and glamorizes the use of drugs, including crystal meth, naming it the monster, inspiring kids to tame the monster. The board members' explanation for retaining these sexually explicit books in our school libraries is that if a student found themselves in a similar situation, they could identify with the subject in the book. I fail to see where reading these books offers hope, help, or resources or solutions to a troubled student in this situation. I have also voiced concerns about the Worcester County school safety. While the Board of Education feels they are adequately addressing the numerous school safety issues we have all been reading about and hearing about from family and friends for the last several years, it is apparent that the Worcester County Sheriff and State's Attorney's Office do not feel the board is addressing or handling the incidents. Parents are entitled to know of the bathroom policies, the safety issues that they are putting their children in when they put them on the bus or drop them off at the door of our schools every day. We entrust them in your care, where they spend 7 or 8 hours each day. Parents should be aware so they can discuss and advise their children on how they want them to respond should they find themselves in a negative safety situation. I can think of no reason we should not be aware of this information. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And the last name I can't read, but the first name is Brenda, and it's Barbado? Okay, I was close. How are you? Yeah, just come on up and have a seat. Speak into the mic. Thank you very much.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'd like to formally introduce Moms for Liberty, Worcester County, as a nonpartisan group. Moms for Liberty members believe that parents have fundamental rights that should be recognized at all levels of government to ensure all children are protected. Moms for Liberty seeks to have age and content-appropriate rated books in all public school libraries. Parental rights are paramount to securing a safe and welcoming learning environment where all children are accepted for who they are without prejudice and to have access to age-appropriate books. Moms for Liberty, Worcester County, is committed to working with the school systems to bring parents, concerned citizens, educators, and elected officials together to put policies in place that are beneficial to all students and teachers. For example, every book should be available in the public school library. However, give parents the choice to access what their child is checking out of the library so that their parent or guardian can have meaningful discussions with their child about what they deem appropriate until their child is 18 years old. Common sense policy is what Moms for Liberty is looking to help to put in place. No one person is the same. Just as all children are different, all parents are not the same. One parent may oppose a book and another parent may not have a problem with it. There needs to be a compromise. There are common sense policies we can implement together that recognize all these wonderful differences that make us the United States of America. Lastly, Moms for Liberty Worcester County is concerned for all children without prejudice. In today's school environment, the lines between school and home have become blurred. Members of the Moms for Liberty want to see more focus on core subjects such as math, reading, writing, science, history. The bottom line is that all children need to feel valued, loved, and protected. They deserve education, not indoctrination, and they belong together in the classroom. Any statement to the contrary does not represent Moms for Liberty. We look forward to engaging with all members of the Worcester County Board of Education to make Worcester County School District the best it can be for all students, parents, and teachers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Rabin. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Jim Rabine. Address is number 22, 14th Street in Pocomoke City. I'm going to divert from what I had written down because based on what I've heard, if I get into details, I have a feeling I'm going to get cut off. I would like to make every one of you aware at this table, if you're not aware, that in Worcester County Public Schools you have a serious bullying problem that is not being addressed. It is not being addressed. And again, I'm not going to get into specifics. I can tell you this, I have had 2 meetings with folks that are sitting at this very table tonight. The first one of which was videotaped and audio taped by the Worcester County Sheriff's Office, so that tape is floating around. State's Attorney Chris Heiser has a copy of it, as does the sheriff, if you need to see it. At that meeting, I was told, again, by one of the folks sitting at your very table right now, that they would provide me with resolutions and a plan in place to fix this. That was a month ago. I have yet to as much receive a return phone call. I had a second meeting that was called, again, called by someone sitting at your very table. I wanted to videotape or audio tape that meeting, and I was told I wasn't allowed to do that. Okay? At that meeting, again, I was told that I would be provided. Give me a chance to look into this. I'll provide you with a resolution, with a plan. We'll fix this. I have yet to receive a return phone call from that person. Again, I'm not going to get into specifics, but the child involved here is a straight A student that is going to slip through the cracks because you as the administration are failing him. Desperately, desperately failing him. And that's very sad that this is going on. And no one wants to address this problem. Everyone wants to bury their head in the sand and pretend it's not happening. When a child is physically assaulted 3 times since the beginning of this school year, school's been in session since September, been physically assaulted 3 times, and the school resource deputy is not even being made aware of it. That's a crime in the state of Maryland. That's a crime. And you all need to address it and you need to fix it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next up is Heidi Lith.
Hi, my name is Heidi Litton, 22 14th Street, Pocomoke, Maryland. I have 2 minutes to condense almost 4 years of bullying of my son, Trace Myers, who's attended Pocomoke schools his entire life. He's in 7th grade at Pocomoke Middle School. Hardly seems fair to condense everything in that brief time, but I will. I've had meetings at the school since 3rd grade where his bullying has started on the bus where he's been choked, stabbed by a pencil. I have made phone calls to the principals, to staff, to administrative staff, to people on the board who are all aware of this. Countless meetings, phone calls, unanswered phone calls. My son misses almost 2 hours a week from school by leaving every day 20 minutes early so he can beat the bullies home. He uses another bathroom, which has been made his bullying plan so that he can avoid his bullies. Just last week, there was another incident while the assistant principal, Mr. Boyce, asked me if they could move him to avoid his bullies. He's always being asked to accommodate, not the bullies. He's the victim, and I'm tired of there's a no bullying policy, and it's not being addressed in the school system. The bullies are not being asked to adjust their behavior. And I don't understand why that's being allowed in Worcester County Public Schools. I've raised 2 children that are 21 and 19, and it's gotten worse in the county school systems since they were in school. As a parent, I'm very angry, and I'm asking you to please address these issues before there's another Columbine, before there's another situation where I have to go. I look at my son's school clothes every day now to see what he's wearing, to see if I'm going to have to pick him up from school, or if he's going to be in an ambulance, or if I'm going to be looking at him at the morgue. And that is a very true statement every day when he puts his backpack on and gets a brave face and walks into Pocomoke Middle School. And I'm begging you to please look at the bullying issues in our school systems and take it seriously. Please protect my son, Trace. I'm begging you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next up, Scott Taylor.
Scott Taylor. I live at 203 South Main Street in Berlin. I came to ask questions. I don't even know if I'm allowed to ask questions to you guys during this time. I think it's
Just a comment period.
Copy. Yeah, I've got concerns. We've had kids come up through the Stephen Decatur school system, but I'm concerned about the books that are being allowed in the library. I don't know who makes the decision of what books are allowed to be in there, but my understanding is that there's firewalls in the school to protect against explicit internet sites, and I don't know why we don't have something similar, why we're allowing some of the material that we're allowing, written material, in the schools. I think kids don't always have the greatest judgment, and they're going to be reading through this material, and just like they would be, if they're surfing the internet and come across explicit material. But I just think it's inappropriate, and I'm wondering what can be done about that. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next up, Shannon Boone.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Good evening.
My name is Shannon Bone, and I live in Willards, Maryland. I'm also an extremely proud person to teach at Stephen Decatur High School. I'm not only a proud educator, I'm a proud girls lacrosse coach, proud unified sports coach, proud student mentor, proud tutor of the JV football team, proud member of our faculty council and school improvement team, proud curriculum writer, and a proud member of our WCTA executive team. I am such a proud member of Worcester County Public Schools, and one of the main reasons why is because I am one of so many who have similar levels of involvement and dedication to our students and community. However, in addition to my immense involvement with our school and community, to make ends meet, I work at a vet hospital, I work at a restaurant in Cambridge, Maryland for the past 10 years, and I own my own lacrosse company. I came to Worcester 3 years ago, as I've always been drawn by the excellence of our students and staff. Worcester County's reputation has been impeccable, as our schools continue to outperform other counties year after year. This demonstrates the expectations that teachers place on their students, as well as the expectation the board places on their staff. I believe that when I was hired by Worcester County Public Schools, I had finally found my home. However, I am saddened by the way things have changed in my short time here so far. It is evident that our county commissioners do not value the time and energy that teachers invest into making Worcester County the best place to be. I'm in my 9th year of teaching with a master's degree, and I finally just made $60,000. However, in my 9th year of teaching with a master's degree, I still cannot afford to live in Worcester County with my fiance and I's dual income. In my 9th year of teaching with a master's degree, I still have 24 more years until I retire. Yet, I remain at a loss as to how I'm going to survive in a county that does not appropriately and sustainably invest in their students and education system. Many of you who sit before me today will be long into your retirement before I even hit year 16. Your decisions and actions in the coming months will impact the future of educators within our county far beyond your years of service. I stand before you today begging you to consider the consequences of your decisions as we move into negotiations. I'm begging you to stand and fight alongside frontline staff and show that we are more than just maintenance of effort. My heart is here in Worcester County with our community and students. I want my future family and next 24 years to be here in Worcester County. I need you all to please fight for Worcester County Public Schools. Thank you so much.
Tom Simon.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you all for the opportunity to speak. I just want to say that I fully support Worcester County Public Schools. I have a 4-year-old that attends Buckingham. I got to visit during American Education Week, and it was amazing watching his teachers interact with him. I am concerned with the non-inclusive agendas being pushed at these meetings by members of the public. The only people trying to indoctrinate our kids are people that are spouting this hateful rhetoric. Schools should be an inclusive, safe space for all kids to grow and learn. I am confident that right now in Worcester County, they are, and I appreciate that. I urge you to listen to the actual parents of students in the schools and residents of Worcester County, not the vocal minority. I would also like to add that banning books when kids have full access to the internet in their pocket seems like a futile effort. Thank you all very much. Please keep up the good work.
Thank you. Thank you. Lorena Barrett.
Hi, good evening. My name's
Good
Lorraine
evening.
Barrett, and I live in Girdletree, 5809 Dukes Road. It's nice to see you all here. I debated on just thinking about what do I want to say, and I was thinking of actually reading. The gentleman just talked about people having a phone, and that's quite different than the child going into their school library and picking up a book like The V Word, which is in middle school, Snow Hill, and totally talks about oral sex between, and these kids are what, in middle school? Are they 9 when they get in there? 9 to 13? I mean, I wanted to read it. Then I thought, if I read it, I'm reading pornography out into this air here, and I don't know if that's appropriate for me to even do. And yet, I have to question that, but yet a kid who's 9 can pick up this book and read it. And I have no problem. I don't think you need to ban books. I think parents should have the responsibility, but I don't think it should be available for a child, because a parent doesn't know what they're taking out of the school library. They're not there. They can't control that. And it's pornography. I mean, I don't want to read this because it's pornography. And yet the 9 to 13-year-old can go into the Snow Hill Middle School library and pick it up. And that is sexualizing. Maybe some kids are already sexualized at 9, and that's their parents' responsibility for that. But for the ones that aren't, maybe it's your grandchild or your children, do you want that? And I just don't see it as being something I would want. So I just thought I'd bring that to your attention. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next up's Dan Barrett. I presume there's a relation.
Hi, I'm Dan Barrett, also from Girdletree. Yeah, so I thought of reading this thing about these books. I have a daughter moving into the area, and her kids will be in Worcester County schools. Now, my kids were in the past, but are not. Middle school, a book that basically gives graphic explanations. I was going also to read parts of this book. I was embarrassed to read it in public. It's not a banning of books, because you make selective decisions about books all the time of what's in your library. It's not banning. You would select that a book that I believe that giving pornographic material to minors is a crime. It's actually a crime. So I would just think that through, of why this book would be in the library and who's responsible for it and who would be responsible for reviewing it and seeing if it's suitable for, 9 to 14-year-olds. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Susan Curran.
Thank you for the opportunity to
Thank you.
comment. I would like to comment also on the sexually explicit books that are available in public schools. Young people, young students, each have a different timeline and a different experience, and they develop at different stages. I think everyone knows that. Not everyone, as the other lady said, is exactly the same. And teenagers mature at different stages. It's not a one-size-fits-all process. And I think puberty and maturity levels vary for each teen. Puberty is awkward enough, and early teenhood, let alone by nature. It includes, self-consciousness, embarrassment, emotional sensitivities, confusion. And providing access to these graphically sexual materials before the teens are even fully knowledgeable of or comfortable with the basics of sexuality, I think it serves only to increase the confusion, embarrassment, emotional instability, and dysfunction of our young people, especially in the school setting. Many of the books and materials in question has been mentioned, and others well know. They're quite graphic, and they go far beyond the basics of sexuality. They're biographical of individuals who are representative of a very small percentage of the adult population, and they're being promoted and made available to these massive, populations of students and families. So I think these books are being targeted, to our young people in a disproportionate manner and are not age appropriate. And I respectfully request that the Worcester County School Board please consider restricting access to these, as has been requested by others, in terms of what's appropriate for those young ages and grades in our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kim Prince.
Hello.
Hi.
I am Kim Prince. I reside at 12506 Whispering Woods Drive in West Ocean City. My husband and I have 3 students in the Worcester County Public School System. They are Abby, 7th grade at Stephen Decatur Middle, Olivia, 6th grade at BIS, and Emma, who is a 4th grader at OCES. All of my kids have been through OCES starting in pre-K with my oldest in 2015, and my youngest is in her last year there. I am here to speak on behalf of OCES. OCES has been a safe, supportive, and nurturing school experience for all 3 of my kids. My oldest daughter, Abby, has an IEP set in place since pre-K. Abby has some complex, challenging needs. OCES has offered her and so many other children with special needs an individualized, unique, successful school experience to allow for progress in all of their areas. The Summer Academy was always offered to my daughter and was instrumental to her success for transitioning to the next year and allowing her to retain skills. The Summer Academy was so successful for so many of her peers as well. OCES and all Worcester County Public Schools require the support of the Board of Education in order for special education services, including the Summer Academy, to be offered. It is essential for our students who are struggling for so many various reasons to be offered these services to decrease the gap between them and their peers. Teachers and parents should not have to beg for these services. All of the educators and support staff at OCES treat each kid with respect, kindness, and make the school environment so much fun. We feel so proud to know that our kids had the opportunity to attend OCES. This last year there is so bittersweet for us, and we're gonna miss it dearly. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Casey Caudill.
Hi, my name is Casey Caudill. I live at 63 Newport Drive in Ocean Pines. I have a 1st grader and a 3rd grader that attend Showell Elementary School. We moved to Worcester County 6.5 years ago from the Baltimore area. We chose to purchase our home in Ocean Pines, even with the HOA, because of Showell Elementary. This staff are so communicative with Class Dojo, social media, and the monthly YouTube breakdowns that have started this year that are so informative and fun. They also use text messages to communicate. For example, just this week, the ice cream date was changed. That's a big deal in our house. And we were alerted so that we could prepare accordingly. All of the teachers I have encountered truly love what they do and are passionate about helping my children grow emotionally, socially, and academically. My 3rd grader just recently prepared a PowerPoint presentation that was above and beyond anything I could have accomplished, probably more than anyone else in this room could have accomplished as well. Mr. Cowder is 100% present and accessible for issues or compliments. He truly sets the bar high for our children to support each other and their community by being involved in activities on and off SES grounds. Deputy Donaldson is visible presence each and every day and enforcing multiple safety protocols, which is super important to me and my family to ensure the continued safety of our children. We are beyond pleased with the education our children are receiving at a beautiful, high-tech, committed elementary school. In the words of my 6-year-old, Showell is a wonderful place. Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa Enst.
Hello. Melissa Enste, 13 Bearberry Road, Ocean Pines. I too wanted to speak on behalf of Shaw Elementary. The school, the staff, the administration go above and beyond. As Casey mentioned, we've started getting video updates of monthly breakdowns of what's coming, but they utilize every space in that school as much as possible. That same space is where the daily announcements happen. So not only are they hearing the announcements, they're seeing everyone that's talking. They're getting to understand everything. If there's questions, they know exactly who to go to and where. And it's not just in the classroom. We've recently had a makerspace classroom start where they're doing STEAM projects, or STEM as it is usually called, every day. My son gets to go 2 times a week, and it's his absolute favorite. And being a scientist myself, it makes me that much happier, because then we get to do experiments at home. But as I said, they go above and beyond. My son doesn't go by his first name. I emailed and said, hey, he's going into 1st grade. They're losing center's time. He's very nervous. I just wanted you to know he goes by a different name. Oh, I already know. He goes by Trip. We're ready. He's ready. His name tag's all good. He's not going to see Donald anywhere. Seems silly. Yes, that's his name on paper, but he doesn't go by it ever. So it's the little details that Shao has always done, that they continue to do, that make our experience so amazing. And to do is to be, and I would not want to be anything but a Willet. Thank you.
Thank you. Bobby Calgar.
Good evening there.
Good evening.
Good evening.
First of all, I want to thank you. But there is a lot of real good things that the Board of Education does, no question, before I get into my comment. But I don't want you to think that everything is a negative, that people, as you're hearing a lot of good comments. But, board members, if what you have heard tonight has not opened your eyes to the dissatisfied parents of the children of Worcester County, they are totally fed up with what you're indoctrinating on their children. My family is in the 4th generation of students going through the Worcester County system. My mother started in 1938 at Pocomoke Elementary School, graduated in 1949, the last 11th grade class. Now, 85 years later, our family is still going through Worcester County Board of Education system. My wife retired from the Board of Education after 30 years of dedicated service as a secretary to the Maintenance and Transportation Department. My son graduated in 2008 and went on to be a Worcester County Deputy Sheriff. He started his career out and then went into becoming a resource officer. After 4 years of being a resource officer at the Pocomoke High School, he could not take what was being indoctrinated on the kids there and asked to be transferred out into another position. I'm a graduate of Pocomoke class of 1976. In 1995, I became elected county commissioner that served 2 terms. During my tenure as commissioner, I strongly supported the Board of Ed through budget requests as well as new school construction, which my name is on 5 of the plaques that are in the school entranceways from support as a commissioner. However, I am here tonight not in support, but in concern of where the system is and is headed in the future. This is not what the parents of the children in this school system expect. This year, your fiscal 2024 operational budget is $127,520,000. County taxpayers contribute $101,580, which is 80% of your budget, which means the state and federal portion is only $25 million. Don't you think you should be listening to the people who are funding the vast majority of your budget, including your salaries? We have kids that are graduating that can barely read, write, and add. It's sad when you go to a store and a young clerk that has graduated cannot even count your change. All of this is decline in our children's education falls squarely back on your all shoulders. You are head of this Board of Education. You are elected to oversee the best education possible for our children. In closing, I would like to tell the audience that most likely these concerns tonight have fell on deaf ears. I suggest that you go back to your districts and find good candidates that have our children's education as a priority and not the priority that is being pushed on our children today instead of their learning educations. As I stand here, I pledge to you, the audience, I will be filing for District 1 board seat in the next election. Thank you.
Next up is Mary Hathaway.
Good evening. My name is Mary Hathaway, and I live at 132 Camelot Circle, Berlin, Maryland. Before I read what I wrote, I just want to address some of the things that have been said tonight. I am a proud Worcester County Public School graduate, educator, and now parent. I believe what our teachers are doing is not indoctrination, but it is education. It is teaching our whole student, and those books that people are so upset about, let me tell you from a high school teacher's perspective, I am not indoctrinating, but every day those books help our students. And I'm proud of this board for standing your ground and fighting on behalf of all students, not just the ones who believe and act the way some of the people who have spoken tonight do. To my comments that I planned. I come for you today not as a parent or as an educator, but as an advocate for all Worcester County education students. The decision to fully fund education is not merely a financial consideration. It is a moral imperative. It is an investment in our children and the foundation of our community's growth. I'm fully aware that the county commissioners hold the purse strings in this county. But since I'm not granted a voice in most of their meetings, I'm here tonight to ask this board to be our voice, to fight for Worcester County Public Schools and demand more than maintenance of effort of funding for the second year in a row. I understand the complexity of budget constraints and the weight of fiscal responsibility. However, I implore you to look beyond balance sheets and to see the true value of investing in education. By fully funding our schools, we ensure that every child, regardless of their background or circumstances, has access to a quality education. It means smaller class sizes and adequate resources, modern, safe facilities, and well-compensated educators who have the ability to inspire and empower our future generations. Consider the long-term implications of underfunding education. It's not merely a matter of balancing the books. It's about compromising our future, my child's future. Without adequate funding, classrooms are going to become overcrowded, resources will become scarce, and our dedicated educators stretched thin will cause many to leave, as they are considering. The benefits of education are immeasurable. It's not solely about academic achievement. It's about nurturing well-rounded individuals who can think critically, collaborate effectively, and adapt to an ever-changing world. Let us stand together, educators and this board, to fight for what our students deserve. For success lies not in our financial prudence alone, but in the investment we make in our students. I urge you to stand with us and fight the county commissioners so that we are funded at more of a maintenance of effort level. Our students deserve it. Their futures deserve it. Thank you.
Okay, next up is Kate McCloskey.
Hi.
Hello.
Thank you, Board, for adding this evening meeting. My name is Kate McCloskey from Ocean Pines. I've been coming to most of your meetings for a year now, and I just want to listen and learn and watch as things are rolling down from the state and federal level and pushing in on our county and how that affects everybody here. And because we all care. We're here, I hope we're all here because we care for our students. We care for our schools. And you collectively hold the most powerful roles in our county in terms of ensuring the ability of our schools to prepare our students for college and career readiness. But I want to be just truly genuine here to say that I am seeing things that concern me. I'm a parent of 3 daughters who've gone all the way up through the system, the school system. And as we watch the crisis develop in the last 3 to 4 years of student proficiency scores that have slid to extremely low levels, and we see that students are suffering, they're not academically progressing as we would all hope, I would think we would all come together and find immediate solutions to this. But instead, I'm finding that while we're explaining away the proficiency, or we're saying, well, we're better than other counties, that doesn't get us to the solution of, well, what do we do about this academic crisis? Instead, we're putting increased priority on social justice or gender, sexual identity discussions. And by the way, parents don't send their kids to school for any of this. You know, we want to get back to the fundamental basics of a high quality education. And we've counted over 65 books in our libraries that have sexually explicit material. I mean, I'm talking hardcore sexually explicit material. Many of us are not wanting to stand for this. And so what I've looked into is our county gives the majority of their budget to their schools, to the school system. We have over $19,000 per student, which is higher than any other Eastern Shore county by far. So my encouragement is, I don't think this is a money problem, it's a priority problem, and I would love to see all of our minds together to solve this academic crisis and to pull out all those other distractions that are keeping us from a fundamental high quality education. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think it's Drew Gleason. Is that correct? Is that the name? Is that you, Drew? Okay.
Hello, good evening. I am Andrew Gleason. I am a representative of the Somerset's Board of Education, District 1. I did not want to speak tonight. I just wanted to take the night off and visit some friends. But I found out that there was a gentleman in your county who is a first responder and a father of 4 who could not be here tonight and wanted his voice heard. So I am honored to temporarily represent him in his short statement. Before I get to his statement, I just want to say from one board member to another it is our duty to be lions for these kids. We protect them. We guide them. We guide the whole entire school system. We are lions. And so with that is that we need to have the courage, every single last one of us, to stand up and face head on every single issue. I don't care if it's hard or not. Because we know that the boats will only rise as high as the water in the harbor.
Okay,
Just let you guys know, you're the water in that scenario. You set the standards, set them as high as possible, and don't accept anything less. With that, here's his statement. Hi, I am representing a father of 4 in our county who had to work tonight. This is from him. I am a father of 4 children who attend Worcester County schools. I'm appalled at the fact we are allowing people to come into our schools who dress like women and are allowed to go into the girls' bathroom. As a parent, my job is to protect them and this place from danger. I do not want this in our schools. Please keep our schools safe for the young children. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Scott Wilkins.
Good evening, Board. My name is Scott Wilkins from Ocean Pines. First, I want to thank you for this evening meeting. Being a father of 5, a hardworking father who has to put food on the table in these hard economic times, afternoon meetings just don't work for me. So thank you again for this evening meeting. I want to bring up first that, talking about these books, I am in agreement with the people that are speaking out against them. My concern is that if we keep these books in our schools, you're setting yourselves up for lawsuit. And if the school board's setting yourselves up for lawsuit, it's going to fall on the taxpayers. And this is a slippery slope that we do not need to go down. Let's keep our schools clean and keep focused on what the last lady spoke about in our testing and our scores. What are our kids here for in the first place? Are they here to read porn? Are they here to get their math, their history, their spelling, their English? I mean, what are we supposed to be educating them? That's the main thing we should be doing. Now, a couple folks brought up bullying. I've had kids go through every grade in this whole school system. I've seen it, I've lived it, I've been there, my kids have been through it, and they're all right. Nobody does anything in this school system about it. I laugh when I read, going to their assemblies, I read on the walls in the auditoriums, the bullying policy. I just laugh. There's no teeth to it. Nothing gets done. It's up to us parents to try to walk our kids through it, call the schools, try to get you guys to do something about it, but nothing gets done. And if you look at all of the things that happen in our schools across this country, and why is there school violence? Why are things happening in our schools? The root of it comes from bullying, majority of the time. Now, talking about safety, was brought up several months ago at a meeting about protocols, and if there's a police response, maybe there's a fire situation, maybe there's an EMS response, something's happening in these schools, and school board members don't know about it, I think that's an injustice to our system. We have such communication today, there's just no excuse that when something that major is going on, that people are not notified. There was a situation in Sussex Central High School just several months ago where a student brought in a gun to school. Well, within an hour, a robocall went out to every parent, and I have workers, because that's how I got the robocall, because the workers put down my phone number to contact me. But it went out, everybody was communicated, so we didn't have rumors flying everywhere, things happening, getting wrong information, bad information, parents racing to school because they think there's an active shooter. It was nipped in the bud right away.
Mr. Wilkins, I'm going to ask you to wrap it up, please, sir.
That's all I want to say.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you.
Richard Addis? I know you were.
Good evening, Board.
Good evening.
I don't think it's been said once tonight, but I did want to thank everybody for voting for the extra night meetings. As you can see, they're very well attended, so thank you for that. Informed patriotism is a concept brought about by former President Ronald Reagan. Children, generation after generation, need to be reminded, taught, cemented in the ideas of liberty, sense of duty, and the institution of freedom, that is, these United States. However, these concepts and values are lost on a young mind if that mind is not prepared to receive the instruction. Our children's minds are being poisoned with seeds of doubt in things that are binary. Gender is at the core of science. There are only two. Which restroom to use should not even be a consideration for a young mind. Like gender, this is also binary. To sow these seeds of confusion in young minds is to destroy an entire generation of intellectual patriots. Our children are now rudderless vessels on a vast void. These rudderless vessels are easily pushed or pulled, as no fundamental foundation and principles in logic and science has been laid. As elected officials, you carry not only the voice of your constituents, but the voice of those who came before you. Lawyers would call this precedence. As elected officials, you should call this an American legacy. However, through the years, you have lost your voice. You have begun to govern on what is fashionable and not on which is important. Mental health issues are on the rise. Test scores are faltering. I've seen this administration and board celebrate being first with failing scores. This is not the American legacy. Our legacy had children who could read and write cursive, literacy, mathematics, and science, all at proficiencies in the 80th and 90th percentile. However, those generations, your generations, did not have these seeds of doubt and confusion planted within you. You were expected to be disciplined pupil, mentally challenged to do what you thought impossible. Yours and previous generations did not lower the bars of exceptionalism. You met the expectation to be an informed patriot. I ask you, the board, to find your voice. Do what you know is right, not fashionable. Stop lowering bars and start reinforcing intellectual and moral discipline. Thank you.
Thank you.
Deborah Haverstraw.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Deborah Haverstroh, but I'm reading on behalf of Diane Harris, who couldn't be here. Her address is 9742 Golf Course Road, number 202, Ocean City, Maryland, 21842. She said, recently, during a conversation with a friend regarding service hours for my grandson, I mentioned a possibility for service hours at my church. Sadly, he told me that Stephen Decatur does not recognize volunteering at a church as community service hours. Could you please confirm that policy? Is it just a school board policy, or is it a Board of Education policy? And I'd like a formal response in writing, please, from the board. And she says you can mail it to me at 9742 Golf Course Road, number 202, Ocean City, Maryland, 21842.
We're going to ask you for that address again. We can copy
Yes.
that down.
It is 9742 Golf Course Road, number 202, Ocean City, Maryland, 21842.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Grant Helvey.
My name is Grant Helvey. I'm from Ocean Pines. I timed my talk to 2 minutes, but I'm going to use up some of my time to just report something that you all have probably known for years, but that of all of the college students from schools, 40% required remedial training before they can enter college at Warwick Community College. So many of the students that graduate from your school system, for which you're very proud, and many things you should be proud about, but you should not be proud that of 71 Worcester County High School students entering Warwick College, 39 required remedial training before they could start community courses at Warwick. That's just facts. I'm against burning books, as the Nazi Party did in 1940. It's okay with me if every kid in every kind of book is available in public libraries and accessed by members of our society. It's okay if you keep them in your home, in your pocket, or you're not, as long as it's not on school property. It is your legal right to provide access to them for your children and grandchildren. That's your family business. But you do not have a right to provide access to other people's children for purposes of indoctrination. That's their family business. Your neighbors from whom you draw authority no longer trust those of you who support certain books in our school libraries or who give tacit approval by your silence. Neither does the community approve of your fascination with LGBTQ and the socialist ideologies hidden behind diversity, equity, and inclusion. Mankind has evolved for 192,000 years without special accommodations for the inner feelings of boys who wish they were girls or girls who wish they were boys. I believe that the members of our society with does that mean I'm through?
Yeah.
For these reasons and more, I applaud the county commissioner's decision to fund the system at only the maintenance of effort level. I hope that they will cut the school budget every dollar that they legally can until certain books are removed and that LGBTQ and DEI becomes as scorned as slavery was in the 18th century. Thank you.
Okay. I believe that's everyone. Did I miss anyone who wanted to speak? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Abbott. Come on up.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for the night meeting. John Abbott, Pocomoke, Maryland. I am speaking tonight because of the initial response of the board to the state's attorney and the sheriff's office in regards to safety. As far as I know, there's not been a resolution yet. Your initial response was that you didn't have a problem. It didn't need to be dealt with and hasn't been taken very seriously. And when I say that for a bunch of people sitting behind me and watching this on video. They can't be here because most of them work for the Board of Education. This is our students, our community members' safety that we're talking about, and it should be taken very seriously. Many teachers don't feel safe, students don't feel safe. This has been going on for years. This is not, as it's been stated recently, one isolated incident by the right child has spurred this. That's not what this is. This has been going on for years. It's been swept under the rug, and I'm glad that the sheriff and the state's attorney are holding you all accountable to it, and that your feet will be held to the fire, that something will be done about this. I offer a solution for some of this. I think the climate of the schools is a direct reflection of cell curriculum, social emotional learning curriculum, and a lack of punishment. You know, some of the reasons why students aren't punished is because of laws and legislation. Well, I can offer a solution for that. It says in your budget that you pay up to $35,000 a year to certain associations, two of them being the Maryland Association of Boards of Education and the Maryland State Education Association. I don't know how much, it's not broke down there, but at the rate of $35,000, you are funding this legislation. These groups, associations, they provide favorable testimony for most of the legislation that has been made to law. So you're funding this legislation that is troublesome to you. And as far as the county commissioners and the raises for the teachers, they're mad at the wrong people. The Board of Education put the teachers last. They've got money at the tune of $27,000 per student, $100 and some million budget, and they put the teachers at the bottom of that, promise them the biggest raises. If they vote for the right people, get the right people in there, we'll give you the biggest raises, everything will be good. Well, that didn't happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one more speaker, Treston Melvin.
I'm Treston Melvin. I'm a student of Pocomoke High School. I would like to say that I, as a student, am appalled by the things I have heard tonight. I am hurt, and I can say that every student over there is hurt too. If we, as a community, are focused on education, why aren't we listening to the students who are hurting, who are crying because of what you guys are saying? I am sick and tired of you talking about indoctrination just because people want to live freely. I'm sick and I'm tired, and I can see why some of you wanted evening meetings, because these people will be here, because you get the people who hate. I am a student, and I am a human. And I was sexually assaulted at 15 years old. And All Boys Aren't Blue, that book, to see someone who was like me, that saved my life. It saved my life. And Talia, to see you sympathizing and to see what you were going through, I love you, and I love you, Catalina. And I'm so sorry that you have to sit here as students and hear what they're saying. 50 years ago, that would slide. But here, you need to listen to the students. Do you see how hurt? Do you see how appalled we are?
Okay.
Please, look at the people, look at the students that are in front of you. You have to see that we are in pain, because the people that we have to fight are the people that say they love us and that they are here for us. And I want to encourage you as the Board of Education to please fight for us. Because what they want is not what is best for us. I promise you, I would not come here and I would not be in tears and this vulnerable. Do you know how embarrassing this is? I'm embarrassed to be vulnerable right now. I don't do this. I am embarrassed.
Thank you.
We need to be heard. We need to be heard. Thank you.
Okay. That ends our individual and delegation comments this evening. I'm going to take a brief 5-minute recess, and we will be back to resume our board meeting.
Thank you. I have to go to the bathroom.
Now I turn it over to, for curriculum instruction, I'll turn it over to Dr. Wallace.
Good evening. I'm going to introduce our first instructional presentation tonight, and I'd like to introduce Mr. Nick Genovese and Mr. Caleb Wilson, who are going to present on the state of technology.
Gentlemen.
Good evening.
Good evening. The instructional technology team, Caleb and myself, we like to take the opportunity at least once a year, hopefully we can do it more, just to update everyone on where we are as a system as far as technology. I know that is a large investment, and we like to see not only what our teachers are doing, how they are embracing our technology, but more importantly, what our students are doing, how it has not only impacted, but how it has transformed their learning. So we're going to get started just giving some minor updates, and then hopefully we can do less talking and hear some more interesting things from some other folks.
So first we'd like to start by looking at some numbers. A ton of numbers are going to pop up, but I just want to highlight a few. This year we were able to recognize, in addition to BIS being recognized as an Apple Distinguished School, we were able to recognize Snow Hill High School and Pocomoke High School, thank you. As our two more Apple Distinguished Schools. One of the things that is great about this program, it not only recognizes them using technology, but using it to make a difference, to do really transformative things. So we always talk about, Nick and I always talk about tying technology use into curriculum and instruction, making sure it's rigorous, making sure it's tied to standards, and that's what an Apple Distinguished School exemplifies. We also want to recognize that we have one educator recognized as an Apple Distinguished Educator, which is a huge accomplishment. There are only a few recognized every single year, so that is a huge accomplishment to have an Apple Distinguished Educator providing that knowledge in our county. And then last but not least, we were able to approve 4 CPD courses through MSDE to teach our educators and to work with our educators on how to implement technology and Apple technology really, really well, and we were able to get those recognized from MSDE.
The next highlight, last year when we were here, we were able to give an update. We held a professional learning for our staff members. We have a selective group in the county that participate in a cohort model of learning. We affectionately refer to it as our Apple Vanguard group. They show their dedication for learning, embracing our technology that has been provided to them to make innovative, creative, and engaging learning opportunities for all of their students. So we held a day of celebration last year to recognize their commitment and to show our continued commitment in pouring resources into them. We plan on having that same professional learning event and celebration this year. This year it will happen in the spring. And as we like to do, we're extending it. Of course, we have now with our Vanguard members this year, we have more members, which means we are bringing in more resources. We have more people that are participating. We have more sessions planned to accommodate the larger group, which it sounds like a problem to have, but for us, the instructional technology team, it's the best problem that we could ask for. How do we accommodate more people that want to learn? How do we accommodate more of our staff that are committed to doing some of the best things for our students with our technology? One of the last things that we wanted to share, this was just a communication that we received from one of the folks that we work with at our team with our partnership with Apple. His name's on there at the email, and I did get his permission to share what he said and the information he provided. Apple started a voluntary professional learning program called Apple Learning Coach. It is entirely voluntary. There is no pay. There is no stipend. The only recognition, the only achievement is professional learning and professional growth. You do have to apply. And Gene reached out to us because, as his email indicated, they had an internal communication where Worcester County came up, and he said, wow, what's going on? Like, why are your folks so interested in this program that you had just as many. You can see the systems that Worcester is just behind some of the largest school districts in the nation, that Worcester County had as many, and of many of them more applicants interested in pursuing that program and in pursuing that professional learning experience. And again, we were impressed because we know that our staff does great things and they always do what's best for kids, but it's just always so reassuring when outside folks recognize that as well. We said we were going to be brief. We didn't want to hear from us very much, because what we thought we would like you to hear from better, if we have the time, is to hear from our students. So what we did is we talked to our students, and we didn't prompt them, we didn't rehearse them. All we said, we just posed a question. What do you like about your iPad? What do you like about your technology? To see what they're doing in their classrooms. Because as much as we like to push into those classrooms and be there as much as we can, we're not always there. And we can't see the cool projects and things that their teachers are doing every day. So we thought we would find out. So we want to hear from some of them this evening. Maybe. Let's try it again. Nope.
What I like about using the iPad is I like using Keynote. You can be creative with Keynote, like making videos and green backgrounds on it. I like how you can draw and play Minecraft. I like how you can use your iPad to make videos and play your iPad. My name is Aiden Alfaro, and what I like about having the iPad in school is that it makes learning a lot easier. Like if you need to read a story, like book stuff, you don't have to like find like the highlighters and pencils and stuff. It's already built into my iPad. My name is Sandra Miller, and I like doing podcasts in the garage band. Hi, I'm Kate Gibson, and I like to do coding on Swift Playgrounds because I like to see how the code works out in the end. I'm Lena Citrina, and one thing I like about using on the iPads is it's easier and faster to type. What I like about my iPad is that I can voice it, because all you have to do is hit the record audio button. And what I like about my Keynote is that you can do this. What I like to use about my iPad is when I don't like typing, I can record my voice and pop it right on to my Keynote. It helps you a lot if you don't like to type that much. I like to use the iPad because I like using pages so I can type my stories. I like doing keynotes on the iPad because I like being creative.
iPad helps with my education in class by getting me to resources quicker and getting me through class faster.
The iPad kids can engage more in learning and it can be much more fun for them.
Kids get more creative and it makes learning fun to do.
One thing that I really like about the iPads is they have a bunch of different apps, and on Safari you can use Canva to make all different types of projects to make them look cool and creative like your own way.
With the iPad, you can make math and reading stuff more fun to others than just paper and pencil.
The iPads because they're transportable and it makes working from home easy, and you are able to do work at school. And I love the iMacs because they make streaming software easily accessible.
I like the iPads because it makes it easier for me to take videos for your work.
I really like the iPads because we're able to use GarageBand to express ourselves with our music and our presentations and our work. Students and teachers being able to have the same devices has let us collaborate a lot more effectively and efficiently and work together in the classroom.
Having access to the school iPads has helped me a lot in collaborating with my peers on schoolwork and recording videos for communication media arts.
I really enjoy using the iMacs for my communication arts class because it helps us create videos for our morning announcements every day so everybody can be entertained and learn the new news about the school.
Again, we can share the numbers, we can share information, we can talk about the professional learning that our staff does, but I think we can't say it quite as well as our students do. So on behalf of the instructional technology team, we want to thank you. We know that this technology and these devices represents a significant investment, but it's paying off. Not only what our teachers are doing are amazing things, but what our kids are doing is even more amazing. And the best part of what we get to do is just see where they go next.
Absolutely.
And what the board, I'd like to share with the board, what they don't say is the amazing things these two guys in 14 schools do, day in and day out. They're limited, there they are, the duo, but they do just tremendous work with our staff and with our kids to prepare them for the technology changes and the things they go through. And I'd like to thank both of you for what.
Same here. Anyone else have any questions for him? I want to thank him as well. And looks like you guys had fun on the iPads too, making your avatars. So they were nice. Thank you so much. We appreciate your presentation today. Go ahead, Katie.
Last year I was here for your presentation, but I was sitting on the other end, so I wasn't into this role yet. But I remember there was a discussion that you were having with the board, and it kind of threw me off guard. I'm not going to lie, because you made a statement that there really isn't an issue with too much screen time. And I was kind of shocked by that, because I do believe that screen time should be taken into consideration with the iPad use. And within the last year, I've talked to a lot of teachers, so I completely understand that there are like so many different beneficial things that are able to be done with this iPad versus just traditional learning. But at the same token, are we making sure that there is a balance between the traditional type of learning as well as the iPads? That's really my main concern, is that I don't want the iPads to take over the daily life of learning, because there are other methods of learning as well. Just your thoughts on that.
No, absolutely. And the screen time, it's an interesting term because it's so very vague. Mm-hmm. It's so very vague. And what does that mean? And I absolutely agree with you. There isn't a reason to sit in front of a screen and watch videos all day. And that's certainly not what we're encouraging. Instead, that's through our professional learning, what we're trying to facilitate with our teachers is integrate the technology when it is appropriate, when it helps to enhance the learning that is already taking place. It's kind of the terms or the phrasings that we like to use is it should never be used as a replacement for the learning or for the tool, for the education. It should be there for enhancement. If the technology is appropriate to enhance the learning that's taking place, then absolutely, let's embrace it and let's explore it. But as you said, yes, there is a time and place where let's put the technology aside and focus on the core that is at the learning.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Of course. Yes, absolutely.
Thanks.
Ms. Addis, I would say in the younger grades, it's used less often just because of the age appropriateness of it. In our pre-K 3 and 4, and as you go up, it gets used more often.
Right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Absolutely.
Thanks again, gentlemen. Appreciate the update. Back to Dr. Wallace for.
Thank you, gentlemen. Next, I'd like to introduce Mr. Trevor Hill and Ms. Lauren Sharkey, who are going to present on Seahawk Family Orientation Day.
So for anybody that doesn't know me, I am one of the vice principals in charge of freshmen at Stephen Decatur High School, and I have the great pleasure of working with Ms. Sharkey, who is the 9th grade counselor. And so tonight we're just going to talk a little bit about our orientation process for what we did, and more importantly, just some changes that we've had to Freshman Seahawk Day when we welcome our freshmen in. So I'll let Ms. Sharkey kick us off.
So I want to start by saying after 18 years in education, the first day of school, and more importantly, Freshman Seahawk Day, is like my New Year's Eve day. Like, it is so exciting. I don't sleep the night before. A lot of you probably feel the same way. And I think the best part of being the 9th grade school counselor is the kids really, really feel the same way. It is their first day of high school, and they are so excited to get in there, and it's evidenced by how many we have show up. I mean, it's almost nearly the entire 9th grade class, which is a lot, at Stephen Decatur High School. So there's this excitement in the air of kids going to high school. They get their schedules on this day. They have the opportunity to compare the schedules with their friends. They see what their classes look like. They get to be in the school without the upperclassmen, so it's not scary. And from my perspective, too, we have a lot of new enrollees, so they get to go on this day as well and see what the school looks like and where their classes are. They also get to see what kinds of expectations they might have in class, and also their classroom supply lists.
So the best thing is some pictures. And actually we have last year and this year's pictures. I wanted to intermingle them because some of them, they were just smiling so big, they look so happy, just fit in with what Ms. Sharkey said. But the thing that was interesting, and I'm pretty sure somebody could probably correct me on this, but Freshman Seahawk Day was kind of about the same for almost 2 decades. I think. I haven't been in the game that long for 2 decades, but as I understand, it's about 2 decades that it was the same. And then before, not this Freshman Seahawk Day, but before last year's, over the summer, I was meeting with Miss Garton, who was one of our new assistant principals, and she said, "I got a crazy idea, Trevor. I think we should have the parents come." And at first, I thought that was not the greatest idea. Parents are at work. That's just not going to, we'll bring them in later. And she's like, no. Parents will take off. They want to come on a summer day to Decatur. So although I did not really expect that it was going to go so well, oh my goodness sakes, it very much did. And so it kind of went from just being an orientation for students to then that parent night that we normally have a few weeks later with our freshman parents. Now we're going to have the parents there at the same time as we have the kids. We're still going to separate them so that way they still get that unique experience that Ms. Sharkey was describing. But now we have this opportunity that we can help prepare our parents for what lies ahead with them as they're going to be having high schoolers, because that, of course, they just got out of the middle school years and now they're in high school. So we have some things coming down the pike. So we divided our parents into we divided our time with parents into 3 different sessions. We did a daily grind that I hosted. Then we did academic success that Ms. Garton hosted. And lastly, Ms. Sharkey was able to do the next steps. So when I got the parents in the gym with me to talk about the daily grind, that's exactly what we wanted to talk about. Hey, what does a day in the life of Decatur look like? And I don't mind telling you, you can't see me too well there in the blue, but it's a little shocking how much hair that I'm losing back there. That still I see it and just I'm not used to that. But nonetheless, we had a fantastic turnout. I actually used our security cameras after it was over and froze it to do a count of heads, and we had over 250 parents that were able to show up and hear about what high school is going to be like to be able to provide that support for them. So we went through just some of the general things of, hey, what does a day in the life look like? Even simple things like we have block 1, 2, 4, and 5. That's a simple thing just because of Power School and how it works, but when you're talking to a parent, they're like, wait, my kid has 4 classes. How do we have a block 5? Little things like that, the expectations of when the bell rings, where to drop off your student, all those things that if you've never had a student at Decatur High School before, you kind of need to know. We have quite a few kids there and parents trying to drop off in the morning. So trying to help them with that, and then at the same time saying, hey, your child has so many great opportunities coming up. We want them to be independent and responsible. We want this to be a great experience for them and for you. And so that was kind of my part of it.
Ms. Garton also helped us out. She wanted to be on the 9th grade team so badly with us, so she talked about academic success. And Mrs. Garton is really good at talking about coursework. She's good at talking about curriculum. She talked about final exam policies, which is really a first for 9th graders. They didn't know before now that they were going to be taking final exams, and they really needed to be there, so don't plan your vacation on that day. She talked about discipline and attendance, but in the idea that if you're not in school, then you're missing important coursework. So if you're missing because you decided not to attend or you were sick or because you had to go to a different location because of discipline, then you are missing important coursework. And then she also talks about grading policy. High school is different, and sometimes we take a little while in explaining to parents that it's a total semester grade as opposed to one quarter and then the other. And so this is a really great opportunity for her to be able to get that point across. We also had Ms. Wells speak with parents during this time about testing and how our students can get to be CCR or college and career ready and what that looks like, because that does seem to change often with what comes down from the state to us. And then lastly, they got to me. And I was lucky enough to have my presentation in the cafeteria. So as a parent, I like to know where my kids are eating lunch and what that looks like and where they sit and how they go and get that. So I get to spend the first part of my portion of the presentation and steal a little of Trevor's thunder and talk about the daily grind of how do my kids get lunch? Where do they go? Which line is what? And that's really nice for parents to hear because I think that that helps them picture their kids during that school day. I also talk about the end in mind. What do students need to graduate? There's 23 specific credits that students need. In high school, they have the opportunity to take 32 classes. What do they do with those extra 9? What do those 23 credits look like? And how do you plan ahead? We talk about the difference between AP classes. We talk about dual enrollment and just try to cover all the opportunities that are available. It feels a little bit like information overload, but it's nice to have parents start thinking about it. And then I stay behind, which is really helpful. I probably spend almost, what do you think, like an hour and a half, close to 2 hours. Just being available for parents to be able to ask questions, talk about their kids' schedule, ask why they have what they have and when, and what does the next semester look like. And so that FaceTime with parents is extremely valuable, and I really appreciated it from this year.
So not only do parents get to see our gymnasium and the auditorium and the cafeteria, 2 of our 3 big areas, but then while some of the parents are sticking behind to talk to Ms. Sharkey, then we went in and took advantage of having our kids and our parents on campus to distribute iPads. We have 300 kids, roughly, give or take, 320, somewhere in there, of the students that we had there. We have hundreds of parents there. We can distribute their iPads that we don't have to worry about the first week of school. Get it in their hands the first day. It gives them a little bit of a leg up on the upperclassmen and just makes things beautiful. So we did a distribution. That's another picture from our security camera, actually, of our library. Our media staff was phenomenal at setting up an organizational approach. We had, I want to say it was 275 iPads we got out in 45 minutes. It was just a wickedly impressive thing. But even more impressive than that was an idea that birthed from Ms. Sharkey. Once again, the 3 heads is better than 2, better than 1 thing comes through again. This QR code was something that we came up with a few weeks before Freshman Seahawk Day, where we created a step through for how parents can log into Schoology and how parents can log into the Power School Parent Portal. So then we took and put a sticker below it so it had the kid's information so the parent could click here and see what was going on, see that they could get that information and support them. And so, as we kind of wrap up here, just a couple things. We are never content with it. One of the things that we did at the end of it, I sat down with the media staff, sat down with Ms. Garten, Ms. Sharkey and I sat down. What is it that we need to do? What worked, what didn't, how can we improve it? We had hundreds of kids there. We did promotions for it, but we want to be more creative. We want to get more people in the building, want to make sure that our parents know what's going on. And that third one there, thank you, because I've always been in the gym, and it's always very warm, and there's AC in the gym at Decatur finally. I was
going to mention that.
Thank goodness. I am so happy for that. So thank you, and thank you.
Does any board members want to add anything? I will say that I was last year, not this year, I was a member of the family that participated in the Seahawk Day, and it was very not only helpful for my daughter because she got the feel of the school, but as parents we got to understand what the testing days were, vacation days, all that was gone over with us. So it was very comprehensive, and I think you guys did a great job. And I was going to ask you about the gym, but I know the gym got fixed because you had big fans in the gym last year. It was a little warm in there.
It was a little toasty.
But it's a great event, and I think the parents really love it, and I know the kids do too, and I appreciate you guys putting it together.
Absolutely, our pleasure. And so lastly, any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Good job.
Now, I think that's it for you, Dr. Wallace. I'm going to turn it back over to Ms. Shorts for the blueprint update.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And brief blueprint update. So we still, I sound like a broken record, we are anxiously awaiting our implementation plan from the AIB and MSDE. We were promised it in August, and it looks like we may not even meet the December 1st date that we told we would never go that late, that we received it last year. The possible good news is last year there were 164 questions, and it's dropped to 29 this year, which may be good, but it could be that we just have to write a lot more in those 29 questions, so we'll wait and see. I'm looking at Dr. Welch because she helped me with Pillar 1, so I'm hoping to count on her again this year. So, for example, Dr. Wallace had 80 questions last year in Pillar 3, which was the most questions that were asked, and she's dropping to 10 this year. I haven't even had a chance to tell her in Pillar 3, but we may have to just go a lot deeper in those questions. And another example is there are 16 questions that have updates to them, and 13 new questions overall. So some questions are just how have you done since last year in these areas, and some are brand new questions. So it'll be interesting. You know that our funding is based on how well we answer these questions, and whenever the implementation plan is released, we have until March 14th to write around them. Our plan, if you're interested in last year's plan, is always posted on our website. Carrie Steers does a great job of keeping that posted, so it is there for you. It's about 200 pages. I'm guessing we'll have about the same parameters as last year, so as soon as it's released, we will get the template up there and let you know about our progress. So that is where we are this year. And again, we'll keep you updated each month. So that concludes curriculum and instruction. Back to you, Mr. Ferrante.
Thank you, Ms. Shorts. Thank you for that update. We appreciate all your hard work. And now, for administrative operations, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. App.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrante. Board members, for your viewing pleasure, you have your personnel exhibit in front of you. November's personnel exhibit includes resignations: Abigail Drummond, Educational Assistant, Stephen Decatur Middle School; Jessica Murray, Educational Assistant, Buckingham Elementary School; Meredith Woodall, Educational Assistant, Pocomoke Elementary School. New hires: Mackenzie Lambertson, Behavioral Technician, Pocomoke Elementary School; Sherry Ketterman, Educational Assistant, Ocean City Elementary School; Mercedes Quinones Torres, Custodian 2, Snow Hill High School; Marissa Redden, Educational Assistant, Buckingham Elementary School; Nevaeh Rejo, Educational Assistant, Special Education, Cedar Chapel Special School. Leave of absence: Anne Marie Pendleton, Educational Assistant, Cedar Chapel Special School; Lauren Walker, Teacher, Pocomoke Elementary School. Promotions: Antonio Cusar, Head Custodian at Snow Hill High School. The superintendent recommends approval of the personnel exhibit as presented.
Thank you, Dr. App. Can I have a motion and a second to approve the personnel exhibit as presented?
So moved.
A motion by Ms. McComas and a second by Mr. Buchanan. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much.
Good evening again. I'm next with a safety update. I just want to share with the board that on December 4th, we will be having our district-wide, convening our district-wide safety committee again. We'll be getting updates from our subcommittees and expect an update for you as board members in our December meeting.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wallace. Thank you. And now for physical operations, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Tolbert.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrante. First up, we have Mr. Jared Price with Stephen Decatur Middle School, requisition number 23. Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mr. Tolbert. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
It's been a long day, Mr. Price. How are you?
Requisition 23 for Decatur Middle includes a progress payment to ARC Systems and closeout payments to Diamond State Masonry, Zimmer Mechanical, and J&D Landscaping. And with your approval of this requisition, we will have closed out 20 of our 24 Decatur Middle contractors.
Wonderful. Let's say, so the superintendent recommends approval for this Stephen Decatur Middle School addition construction requisition number 23. Can I have a motion and a second to approve this? Motion by Mr. Smack.
Second.
A second by Dr. Andes. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Mr. Price. You can go home now.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Last item I have tonight, Mr. Ferrante, is October monthly financial report with non-salary expenditures totaling $4,474,463.78. The superintendent recommends approval of the October financial report as presented.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tolbert. Can I have a motion and a second to approve the October 31st, 2023 monthly financial report as presented?
So moved.
Motion by Ms. McComas.
Second, Bill Gordy.
A second by Mr. Gordy. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much, Mr. Tolbert.
Thank you.
And now, Ms. Stansberry, do we have a legal update?
Yep, go ahead, borrow this. I do. I think I should, though, preface my comments with there were a lot of comments this evening relative to books. My presentation this evening, which is very limited, was scheduled for many months ago. So my comments are not in response to any of the public's comments. I hope that gives some clarity. But the board did ask me to review two sections of the criminal law article of the Maryland Annotated Code, which is where our criminal statutes are compiled within the state. Specifically sections 11-103, which is called Adult Sexual Displays Exhibition to Minors, and section 11-203, Sale or Display of Obscene Items to a Minor. And they asked me to look at that relevant to the removal of books from the public schools' libraries. And the consideration was, does that have any application? And so upon review of those statutes, my recommendation to the board, my legal analysis of it, is that those two specific statutes do not have any relevance to the consideration of the removal of books from public school libraries, and that currently in the state of Maryland, best practices would be to simply have a policy, follow that policy, and ultimately it becomes the Board of Education's decision as to whether to remove a book from school. When making those considerations, they must consider and remember the case law that it does exist. Absent a state law on this specific subject, we must remember the state law or the federal law that may exist relevant to the removal of books. So that may seem sort of in a vacuum to many who are listening to this without understanding how I was asked to do that. But to that very specific question, that is a very specific answer. But that is not to address all of the comments that were made tonight.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now I'm coming to Board of Education reports. I'd like to offer my fellow board members the event they'd like to say something, so you can do so now.
I have a statement that I want to say, but I also wanted to kind of piggyback off of what the board lawyer had to say about those two laws that were asked to be reviewed. Just as for public knowledge, the way that a book review works is that it is first addressed at the school level. If the complainant is not satisfied, then it would then go to a committee, which is then built. And within that committee, that's where those two laws were asked to be reviewed to add in, because it would be taken under consideration, if applicable, to other things that would be brought into consideration for that committee. So now it wouldn't be brought into consideration. But ultimately what would happen is, if the complainant is still not satisfied, it would go to a superintendent for review, and then if the complainant is still not satisfied, then it would go to the board for a final review of said piece of material. And what was brought up back in September by me was that in our school policy, section 5.4, school library media procedure for challenge materials definitions are provided to clearly define vague wording in the procedure, and the definition in question is the complainant. The current definition states a parent, guardian, employee, or student in Worcester County Public Schools who shares a concern about a specific library material. And with the current definition of complainant, we are leaving out the largest group in our county who needs to have a voice, and that's the stakeholders of Worcester County. So even though those two laws do not apply to the motion I'm going to make, I would still like to make a motion to revise the current definition of complainant in our policy to include stakeholders or taxpayers to the definition.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor to revise our policy. Do I have a second?
Can I ask a clarify?
Sure.
Help me understand when you say stakeholders.
Stakeholders as in taxpayers. I don't know what the county prefers to use as far as their definition of a taxpayer. If taxpayer is clearer to use, then I would say taxpayer.
They have to be a resident of Worcester.
Correct, yes, they have to be a resident of Worcester County.
So I'm just asking clarification.
Sure.
So the motion is to add resident of
yes.
Worcester County.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, Dr. Annie, second. Discussion. Any discussion?
I'm thinking.
Okay.
No, that kind of got thrown on us here.
If
I
not,
brought
I'll
it up
take a
back
vote.
in September, so.
Yeah.
That's a long time.
I'm not sure how long.
I'm just trying to.
Okay, then if there's no discussion, I'll take a vote. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I would like, Ms. Harris, I would like to ask that we further there's this discussion.
Okay.
That we don't make a decision tonight, but that we have a discussion amongst us about this. And we can do it. We can do it now, or we can do it later on. But if anyone's not ready to make that motion, the motion will die, and then we can discuss it at a future board meeting, which may be in December, to give the opportunity for our board members to think about this motion.
I'd really like to think this one through.
I just for clarification though, I didn't spring this on the board. I brought it up in September. It got moved in October, right? And then
I think we were waiting
Sure.
for.
We've had a lot on our plate lately. So.
I understand.
I think we were waiting for Ms. Stansberry's clarification on the complainant issue, and that's one of the things.
But just to be clear, the issue that Ms. Stansberry has corrected has nothing to do with this motion.
I understand. Would you consider tabling this for a future board meeting in December?
That would
Tabling your
be
motion?
fine if everyone would be ready to have a discussion. I would be fine with that.
I would.
Appreciate that.
Yep.
Okay, so you'll table the motion? Okay. Now we'll move forward. Any other board members have comments for this evening?
In regards to books, I'd like the board to think about a practice and changing our practice. And that is identifying those books that, for lack of a better phrase, that are in our libraries that have a cringe factor to them. I don't know what other words to use. And to create what I call, and again, it's late, I'm brain dead right now, so what I'm about to say may not make any sense because I haven't had anything to eat, and so I apologize if what I'm going to say doesn't make sense. But what I'm asking the board to consider between now and the December meeting is to create an adjustment to the policy that we would ask our media specialists at the high school level to identify those books which I say have a cringe factor and create an older teen collection. And that older teen collection would be available only if the parent gave permission for the student to have access to the older teen collection. So the parent, in this particular case, would have the opportunity to say, yes, my son or daughter has full access to all the books in the high school library, or has limited access and they can't get the books in the older teens. I'm not making any sense.
No, you are.
The older teen selection. So parents would have the final choice in which books. Now please keep in mind that many years ago, we changed the admission standard for date of admission, and it was originally in December for those of us who are old enough, and then it crept back up to somewhere like September 1st.
September 1st.
So
Yeah.
right now, more than ever, we have more students in our high schools who are 18 years old, which is not the case many years ago. And I'm not prepared tonight to talk about the 18-year-olds because I'm tired. I need food. I need nourishment. It's been a very long day. But I'm asking the board to consider, the staff to consider, perhaps looking at that type of policy that we could possibly implement and try it for 2 years. Just try it for 2 years and see how it works out. And if it works out great, then who's ever on the board at that particular time could renew it. And so in other words, it would have a sunset, and if it worked out, they could keep it going, or they could change it any way they wanted to. But I think we need like 2 years to test it to see if it works. And then once we find out if it works or not, I might not be sitting here, somebody else might be sitting here, they could make a determination at that time period whether or not to continue it. So I hope I made sense.
Yes.
Thank you.
Make a collection, review the books in the high school, identify those books, for lack of a better phrase, older teens collection, whatever happens to be, or come up with a different name. Give parents the option of this, their student, their child, would have access to the entire collection in the high school library, or only that collection, not have access to the older teen collection. And it would be up to the parent to make that decision. Not the school, not the principal, not the media specialist. It would be entirely in the hands of the parent to make the determination as to whether or not they had access to the entire high school library collection or had access to the library collection at the high school, but not the older teen selection. So that's,
Mr.
I need some more
Ferrante, if
water.
I may.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Schwartz.
Yes, I know that we have talented content experts that have already developed a procedure manual, and I just would like the board to consider reviewing that manual prior to doing that. I know that maybe have them do a presentation of how they currently review books and how they look at collections within the high school library or within our middle school libraries. It's just a suggestion.
Okay. What I would recommend is that we bring them to our next board meeting to tell us how they do that, and that we ask our...
It might be a precursor to that,
Yes, and then we also ask our superintendent to look into the possibilities of setting something like this up for our schools. Okay?
Right. We need to point out, if nothing else, that we already have an, how do we call it, an opt-out
Yes,
system.
correct. Thank you, Ms.
And so
McComas.
parents already have
Yes,
the power to
correct.
opt their children out, but sometimes when books are in the library and a parent may not know exactly which ones they are, they don't know exactly which ones to ask. So an opt-in actually ends up to be a much easier situation.
Mr. Buchanan?
Yeah, Dr. Andy, Dr. Andes, that's a very insightful, maybe a solution that we've been looking at, and I think it might be something that other school systems might also look at. In regard to looking at any problems that may arise on this, you know, say a kid wants to go and check a book out and slides it to the librarian. I know that, and Ms. Schwartz, we still have this Destiny.
Yes, we do.
The checkout system Destiny, so that when a child goes to any school library to go to check out a book, any notation that would be in that database would show up, okay? Which would be another added safeguard to any child checking out a book that the parent did not give permission in regard to that book. So, very good idea, Doctor.
May I move on to another topic?
You may. I'm
no.
sorry I didn't know you weren't finished.
No,
talking.
I'm sorry. During American Education Week, I visited all 14 Worcester County Public Schools. And I just want to say, I want to commend the custodial staffs. Our buildings look great. I want to commend all the support staff. our secretaries, educational assistants, our cafeteria folks, all those people who work day in and day out, our unsung heroes, so to say. I want to thank all the teachers. I was in and out of classrooms. It's just absolutely incredible what the kids are doing in classrooms. I wish I could go back to school. Not junior high school, that was really tough, but I'd like to go back to elementary school. I want to thank our building leaders who do a terrific job of providing leadership to all of our 14 schools. And I want to especially thank our bus contractors day in and day out who drive those big yellow stretch limousines and get our kids to school safely. And I just want to wish everyone a very happy Thanksgiving. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Kate?
I had just something prepared as well. So thank you for everyone making it here tonight and everyone making it to the very end. October and November have been extremely busy months, but productive. And I was able to attend a few of the schools for American Education Week. One of the schools I attended that was probably the most memorable for me was receiving a handwritten letter from a 4th grade student at Buckingham Elementary, and then having the opportunity to be given a tour by that student while I was there. During my visits, I was able to speak with principals, teachers, and SRDs, watch students at work, and see some of the most valued and sought-after spaces for students during their school days. I also had conversations with a few teachers that really hit home about the real issues we are, as a county, continue to face, and that is being the main one being funding to the classrooms. I've heard from a few teachers that when funding was cut from their classrooms, it made it extremely difficult for teachers, especially the teachers who are not yet well established, to create a sustainable learning environment for the year. I am hopeful that we as a board are ready to review a true budget this winter and spring to ensure we are doing our due diligence for the teachers on the front lines. This starts with being given a budget with categories and line items that are broken down so we can have a dialogue on questionable areas that we need to work on together. At the end of the day, I've heard it earlier tonight, but I do believe that we don't have a funding problem, we have a priorities problem, and we have the opportunity to work with this year's budget so that we can prioritize the needs of our children above the wants of the adults. And also just to comment on a lot of the public comments that were here tonight about the school safety. We are working diligently on tackling some of the issues that were brought to our attention, and we will be updating everyone this next month coming with everything that's taken place this last month. So stay tuned and just be patient with us while we do that. But thank you all for coming out tonight, and have a happy Thanksgiving.
So, anyone else? I guess I'm going to try to wrap it up, but both Dr. Andes and Katie stole some of my thunder already. So I didn't visit 14 schools. I visited some schools, but not 14. You get the prize, Dr. Andes.
Thank you.
But I can't tell you how much enthusiasm. I want to thank everyone in the schools for what they do for our children. It was incredible experience to be back in school. And like Dr. Andy said, I think I'd like to go back to school some days. It's just, the kids are having so much fun and they're enjoying their education, and it's great to see them flourish. And I just can't say enough about what our teachers and support staff and everybody involved in the school system does for our children every day. It's just an incredible thing. And I also want to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving with their family. I hope you enjoy your Thanksgiving, and I hope you enjoy your family, because family is very important. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Taylor for some informational items. And Mr. Taylor, you've been waiting a long time.
I have one announcement. Schools are closed from November the 22nd through November the 24th. That's it for Thanksgiving holiday.
Okay. The Worcester County Board of Education will hold its public budget input meeting on Tuesday, December 5th at 6 o'clock in the Sarah D. Thompson Board Meeting Room in Worcester County Board of Education Central Office, located in 6270 Worcester Highway, Newark, Maryland. The board meeting information posted on the website www.worcester12k12.org under board meetings/board docs. And now I'd like to have a motion to adjourn today's open session meeting and a second.
So moved.
Motion by Dr. Andy. A second by Mr. Smack. All in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned.